Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The mists of Mirkwood's edge clung to the ground like ghostly fingers as Luna Sweetleaf gathered her herbs in the pre-dawn light. The young hobbit healer had ventured further from her village than usual, drawn by rumors of rare moonflowers that bloomed in the shadow of the great forest. Her people had lived in this remote settlement for generations, far from the comfortable holes of the Shire, trading with both the woodman and the occasional elf who ventured from the forest's depths. The morning's silence shattered with a sound like thunder, followed by the crash of breaking trees. Luna's heart leaped into her throat as she ducked behind an ancient oak, her small form barely visible in its gnarled roots. Through the mist came a shape that belonged in legends a dragon, its scales gleaming like polished copper in the growing light, crashed through the forest's edge. But something was wrong. The magnificent creature's flight was erratic, and dark liquid trailed behind it like rain. The dragon collapsed mere yards from her hiding place, and Luna gasped as its form shimmered and changed. Where the great beast had fallen now lay a man with copper-colored hair, blood seeping from a wound in his side. Without thinking, Luna rushed forward, her healer's instincts overwhelming her fear. "Be still," she whispered, reaching for her satchel of herbs. "I can help." The man's eyes opened, revealing pupils slit like a cat's. "Little one," he rasped, "you should run." They come, but Luna remained, her small hands already working to staunch the bleeding. "I'm a healer," she said firmly, "and you're my patient now, dragon or not." The dragon man's name was Alduin, and he was the last of the great worm's dragons who had chosen to protect the free peoples rather than dominate them. He had been wounded while escaping from a group of dark elves who sought to corrupt his kind, twisting them into weapons of destruction. As Luna tended his wounds in a hidden cave, Alduin told her of an ancient ritual the dark elves planned to perform, one that would raise an army of corrupted dragons from the earth itself. "The old bones remember," he said grimly. "They remember what they once were, and with dark magic, they can be made to rise again." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of 3 dwarves, their axes raised and beards braided for battle. But rather than attack, the leader, a Dwaro dam named Kira Runweaver, recognized the ancient runes etched into Alduin's skin. "The mark of the worm friends," she breathed. "My clan has passed down tales of your kind, those who taught us the deepest secrets of metal crafting. We thought you all gone." "Nearly all," Alduin admitted. "And soon, perhaps all indeed. If we cannot stop what comes." The dwarves joined their unlikely company, for they too had noticed dark movements in the deep places of the earth. Kira and her companions, Thorin Blackhand and Durin Stonefist, were experts in ancient runes and the magic that could be worked through them. Their group was completed by the arrival of a ranger, silent as a shadow, who had been tracking the dark elves for months. Strider, though Luna suspected this was not his true name, brought with him knowledge of the enemy's movements and the location of their gathering place, an ancient dragon temple deep in the mountains of Mirkwood. As they journeyed toward the temple, Luna learned more about the complex history between dragons and the free peoples of Middle-earth. Not all dragons had followed Morgoth's corruption. Some had remained true to their original purpose as guardians of knowledge and protectors of balance. These dragons had worked in secret through the ages, often taking human form to aid the free peoples in times of great need. The Dark Elves, led by a sorcerer named Morleth, sought to undo this ancient choice. By corrupting the last of the great worms and raising an army of twisted dragon corpses, they hoped to create a force that would allow them to rule over all the forests of the world. Their journey was perilous. The forest itself seemed to resist their passage, and more than once they were forced to hide from dark elf patrols. Luna's small size and healing knowledge proved invaluable. She could slip past enemies unseen and identify plants that could hide their scent from the corrupted creatures that served their foes. The dwarves' knowledge of runes revealed hidden paths and protected them from dark magics, while Strider's woodcraft kept them moving safely through the increasingly dangerous forest. Alduin, though still recovering from his wounds, shared ancient dragon knowledge that helped them understand the magic they would face. As they neared the temple, Luna began to understand that healing wasn't just about mending wounds or curing illnesses. Sometimes healing meant preventing harm before it could spread, like treating a disease before it became a plague. The Dark Elves' plan was a sickness that threatened to corrupt not just dragons, but the very balance of Middle-earth itself. The temple rose before them like a mountain of black glass, its surfaces reflecting the weak forest light in strange patterns. The Dark Elves had already begun their ritual, and the ground trembled with the stirring of ancient bones. But Luna had discovered something in her study of healing lore. The opposite of corruption was not destruction, but purification. Working together, they formed a desperate plan. While Strider and the dwarves created a distraction, Luna and Alduin would reach the temple's heart. There, combining Luna's knowledge of healing herbs with Alduin's dragon fire and the dwarves' runic magic, they would attempt to turn the Dark Elves' ritual against itself. The battle that followed would live forever in Luna's memory, the clash of steel on steel as the dwarves fought Dark Elf warriors, Strider's sword flashing as he held off countless foes, and the terrible moment when Morleth himself appeared, his power darkening the very air around him. But it was not might of arms that won the day. As Alduin unleashed his dragon fire into the ritual circle, Luna cast into it a mixture of herbs known for their purifying properties, enhanced by the dwarves' runic magic. The combination created a cleansing flame that spread through the temple, burning away corruption, but leaving what was pure untouched. The Dark Elves' ritual backfired spectacularly. Rather than raising an army of corrupted dragons, the magic called forth the memory of what dragons had once been guardians and protectors. The dragon bones crumbled to dust, their ancient spirits finally finding peace, while Morleth and his followers fled before the purifying flame. In the battle's aftermath, something unprecedented occurred. Alduin realized that he was not, in fact, the last of his kind. The very magic that had threatened to corrupt his race had instead revealed others, hidden throughout Middle-earth. Dragons who, like him, had chosen to protect rather than destroy. Luna returned to her village a changed hobbit, though she remained first and foremost a healer. She maintained correspondence with her unlikely friends, the dwarven runesmiths who now worked to record and preserve dragon lore, the ranger who kept watch for any sign of the Dark Elves' return, and Alduin, who began the task of gathering and teaching a new generation of dragon guardians. And if sometimes on quiet nights, the villagers saw a copper-scaled dragon landing in Luna's herb garden, well, they simply nodded and smiled. After all, every healer needed a guardian, and who better to guard a healer than a dragon who understood that the greatest power lay not in destruction, but in the choice to protect and preserve. Story 2. The ancient stones whispered their secrets to those who knew how to listen, and Peregrine Tomas had spent his entire life learning their language. As the autumn wind swept through the crumbling ruins of the old ranger's outpost, the Hobbit scholar's fingers trembled as they traced the worn engravings on a crystal no larger than a chestnut. In the fading light of dusk, the crystal pulsed with an inner light that seemed to match the beating of his heart. The discovery had been purely accidental. Peregrine had been cataloging the remaining artifacts in the abandoned outpost, expecting nothing more exciting than broken arrows and rusted sword fragments. Instead, he had found something that would change not only his life, but potentially the fate of all free peoples of Middle-earth. The crystal contained memories vivid, ancient memories of a Gondorian knight named Galador who had lived during the First Age. As Peregrine held it to his forehead, images flooded his mind. A hidden city carved into the heart of the Blue Mountains, where elves, dwarves, and men worked together in harmony. The city was called Aglarond Diem, the Halls of Radiant Knowledge, and it housed countless treasures of lore and artifacts of power. But before Peregrine could fully grasp the significance of his discovery, darkness fell swiftly and unnaturally over the ruins. The sound of heavy boots crunching on fallen leaves echoed through the ancient stones, and a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn air crept into his bones. Someone or something was hunting for the crystal. With the instincts that had kept hobbits alive through countless dangers, Peregrine slipped the crystal into his deepest pocket and melted into the shadows. Not a moment too soon, as dark figures in hooded cloaks swept through the ruins, their movements too fluid to be human. "Find the crystal," a voice hissed, ancient and terrible. The knowledge of Aglarond Diem must not be revealed. Peregrine's heart thundered in his chest as he crouched behind a fallen column. He knew he needed help, the kind of help that could only come from those who understood the weight of ancient knowledge and the importance of preserving it. Fortune favored him that night. As the dark figures searched the ruins, a whispered voice caught his attention. "Stay still, little master." An elf materialized from the shadows beside him, her silver hair gleaming faintly in the darkness. She wore the robes of a lore master, though they were travel-stained and worn. "I am Celebriel, once of the libraries of Rivendell. Now, shall we escape these shadows together?" With movements silent as falling snow, Celebriel led Peregrine through the ruins, avoiding their pursuers with an ease that spoke of long practice. Once they were safely hidden in a nearby grove, she revealed her own story. She was a renegade archivist who had fled Rivendell with forbidden knowledge that suggested the existence of Aglarond Diem. "But we cannot seek the city alone," Celebriel whispered. "The path is hidden in ancient runes that only a dwarf master could decipher." As if summoned by her words, a deep voice rumbled from the darkness. "Then perhaps you are in need of a dwarf." A stocky figure stepped into their hiding place, his beard braided with silver beads that clinked softly as he moved. "Thorin Stone Raider, at your service. And yes, I've been following you since you left the ruins. The shadows that hunt you have been hunting me as well." The dwarf's eyes gleamed as he studied the crystal in Peregrine's hand. "I have seen markings like those in the deepest archives of Erebor. They speak of a time when the three kindreds worked as one, creating wonders that have never been equaled." Their group was completed 2 days later when they encountered Eredor, a ranger whose weather-worn face bore the noble features of his Menrine ancestors. He had been tracking the dark figures that hunted them, believing them to be servants of an ancient evil that predated even Sauron's rise to power. Together, they began their journey to the Blue Mountains, each bringing their own unique skills and knowledge. Peregrine's scholarly wisdom and hobbit sense kept them grounded and often saved them from overlooking crucial details. Celebriel's vast knowledge of ancient lore and magic helped them navigate the forgotten paths of Middle-earth. Thorin's expertise in runes and underground passages proved invaluable as they drew closer to their goal. And Eredor's rangerly skills kept them safe from both the servants of darkness and the more mundane dangers of the wild. Their journey was fraught with challenges. They crossed treacherous mountain passes where ancient stone giants still waged their endless wars. They navigated through forests where the trees themselves seemed to whisper warnings of danger. They escaped from cursed ruins where dark creatures lurked in the shadows, always pursuing, always hunting for the crystal that Peregrine carried. But it was in the moments of quiet between these adventures that the true nature of their quest became clear. Around campfires and in hidden valleys, they shared stories and songs of their peoples. Celebrial spoke of the fading glory of the elves and their desperate need to preserve their knowledge before departing to the west. Thorin revealed the dwarves' growing fear that their greatest crafts and secrets would be lost to time. Eredor talked of his people's struggle to maintain their identity and purpose in a changing world. And Peregrine, drawing on his Hobbit heritage of storytelling, wove these threads together into a greater tapestry. The lost city they sought wasn't just a repository of artifacts and knowledge, it was proof that the free peoples of Middle-earth were strongest when they stood together. As they finally approached the Blue Mountains, following the guidance of Galador's memories contained within the crystal, they discovered that finding Aglaran Diem was only the beginning of their challenge. The entrance was sealed with puzzles that required the wisdom of all three kindreds to solve. Elven starlight, dwarven craft, and the strength of men had to work in concert, while Peregrine's Hobbit insight helped them see the patterns that connected all three. The city itself was more magnificent than even Galador's memories had suggested. Vast halls of marble and mithril stretched into the heart of the mountain, their walls covered in murals depicting the united achievements of elves, dwarves, and men. Libraries larger than those of Minas Tirith housed scrolls and books containing forgotten knowledge. Workshops still held tools that waited to be used again by skilled hands. But they were not the first to reach the city in recent times. The dark figures that had pursued them revealed to be ancient servants of Morgoth who had hidden themselves, since their master's defeat had found another way in. In the central chamber, where the greatest treasures of the three kindreds were kept, they faced their final battle. It was not won by force of arms alone, but by the unity of all for companions. Celebril's magic, Thorin's craft, Eredor's courage, and Peregrine's quick thinking combined to defeat their foes and protect the city's treasures. In doing so, they fulfilled an ancient prophecy written on the chamber walls that Aglaran Diem would awaken only when the free peoples learned once again to trust and rely upon each other. In the days that followed, as word of their discovery spread throughout Middle-earth, representatives of all the free peoples began to make their way to the city. Aglaran Diem became once again what it was always meant to be, a place where the wisdom and strengths of all peoples could come together for the benefit of all. And if you visit the Blue Mountains today and listen carefully, you might hear the sounds of elvish songs mingling with dwarven hammers, the discussions of human scholars, and the cheerful laughter of hobbits echoing through ancient halls that are no longer lost, but found again through the courage and unity of unlikely friends. Story 3. The morning mist still clung to the rolling hills of Hobbiton when Folco Baggins discovered the ring. Unlike its infamous cousin that had caused so much trouble, this ring bore no sinister markings or whispers of power. Instead, it gleamed with a soft, pearl-like luminescence that reminded Folco of starlight captured in morning dew. He found it while tending to his garden, half buried beneath an ancient rosebush that local legend claimed had been planted by the old Took himself. As his fingers closed around the ring, memories that were not his own flooded his mind. He saw hobbits in leather armor, moving silent as shadows through moonlit forests, He witnessed secret meetings in hidden chambers beneath the rolling hills of the Shire, where maps were studied and plans were made. Most surprisingly, he saw his own grandfather, whom he had always known as a gentle farmer, leading a group of these mysterious guardians on a mission to protect the Shire's borders from threats unknown to its peaceful inhabitants. "I see you've found it at last," came a voice behind him. Folko turned to find Gandalf the Grey, or someone who appeared to be Gandalf, leaning on his staff at the garden gate. But there was something different about this wizard. His eyes held a deeper mystery, and his gray robes seemed to shift with patterns that hadn't been there in the stories Folko had heard about the famous friend of hobbits. "I am not quite the Gandalf you know," the wizard said, answering Folko's unspoken question. "I am Palando the Blue, and I have waited long for a hobbit to find that ring again." Over cups of tea in Folko's cozy hobbit hole, Palando revealed a history that had been carefully hidden from even the most complete chronicles of the Shire. Long before Bilbo's adventure or the War of the Ring, there had existed a secret order of hobbit guardians. These brave souls had protected their peaceful realm from threats that never made it into any story or song, ensuring that their fellow hobbits could maintain their gentle way of life. The ring was a tool of remembrance, crafted by the blue wizards in the East to preserve memories that needed to be passed down through generations. This particular ring held the collected memories and knowledge of the ancient Guardian Order. But why reveal this now? Folko asked, turning the ring in his fingers. "Because the shadows are stirring again," Palando replied gravely. "Older than Sauron, deeper than any darkness you know. The enemy we feared has begun to wake." In the days that followed, Folko learned that beneath the peaceful fog of the Shire lay an intricate network of secret passages and hidden watchposts. The ring showed him how to find these places, and in each one, he discovered artifacts and records of the ancient Guardian Order. He wasn't alone in his discovery. The ring led him to others who had inherited the Guardian legacy without knowing it. There was young Marigold Brandybuck, whose skill with a bow was more than just natural talent. It was inherited memory from generations of Guardian ancestors. Tom Goodbarrel, whose uncanny ability to move silently through the woods suddenly made sense. And elderly Rose Buffin, whose vast knowledge of herbs and healing had been passed down through a line of Guardian healers. Together with Palando, they began to understand the true nature of the threat. In the far northern reaches of the world, an ancient evil stirred in its millennia-long slumber. This being had existed before the coming of Morgoth, and its dreams were seeping into the world once more, corrupting and twisting all they touched. The hobbits' resistance to corruption proven during the time of the Ring made them the perfect guardians against this insidious threat. Their first test came sooner than expected. Strange mists began creeping into the northern borders of the Shire, mists that left withered plants and troubled dreams in their wake. Led by the memories contained in the ring, Folko and his newly formed group of guardians discovered ancient wards that had been placed around the Shire's borders. These wards, crafted through the combined efforts of hobbit wisdom and wizard craft, needed to be renewed. Captain Erethiel of the Rangers of the North joined their cause, bringing with her knowledge passed down through her own people about the ancient evil. The Rangers had long suspected there was more to the hobbits' seemingly charmed existence than mere chance, and now they understood the truth. The Shire had been protected not just by the Rangers from without, but by its own secret guardians from within. As they worked to renew the wards, they faced challenges that tested both their courage and their very understanding of what it meant to be hobbits. They encountered creatures born from the ancient evil's dreams, shadow things that took forms from hobbit nightmares. They discovered that their enemy had servants among all the free peoples, those corrupted by promises of power and knowledge. But they also found strength in unexpected places. The old stories of Hobbit resilience took on new meaning as they learned to combine their inherited guardian knowledge with their natural abilities. Marigold's archery, enhanced by ancient magic, could drive back the shadow creatures. Tom's stealth allowed him to move past the enemy's servants undetected and sabotage their plans. Rose's healing abilities, combined with forgotten lore, could cure the strange ailments caused by the evil's influence. The final confrontation came during the longest night of the year. The ancient evil sent its most powerful servants to breach the Shire's defenses, hoping to corrupt this last bastion of pure-hearted resistance. But Folko and his fellow guardians were ready. Using the ring's memories, they enacted a ritual that their ancestors had prepared centuries ago, but had hoped would never be needed. As Pallando channeled his power through the ancient wards, the Guardians stood at key points around the Shire's borders, each playing a crucial role. The ring's power was unleashed, not in a display of destructive force, but in a wave of pure memory, the collected hopes, joys, and simple pleasures of countless generations of hobbits. Against this power, the ancient evil's influence could not stand. The victory was not marked by great fanfare or epic songs, but rather by the continuation of the peaceful life that had always been the hobbits' greatest strength. The secret guardians returned to their daily lives, watching and protecting from the shadows just as their ancestors had done. Folko kept the ring, but its memories were now shared among all the new guardians. They maintained their vigil, knowing that while great evils might arise and be defeated in the outside world, their task was to preserve something equally important, the simple, pure heart of hobbit kind. And if travelers passing through the Shire sometimes noticed a group of hobbits practicing archery in hidden glades, or spotted mysterious figures patrolling the borders under the light of the moon, they kept such observations to themselves. After all, who would believe that the peaceful, comfortable hobbits of the Shire had their own secret guardians, protecting their way of life with ancient magic and inherited wisdom? But Folko and his fellow guardians knew the truth, and they passed it down to their children through the Ring of Remembrance, ensuring that the Shire would always have its protectors, silent and steadfast, preserving the heart of hobbit kind for generations to come. Story 4. The rebuilt city of Dale gleamed in the morning sun, its restored towers and golden bells a testament to the resilience of its people. Yet within the newly reconstructed throne room, young Mira discovered that even the brightest restoration could hide ancient secrets. Her fingers trembled as she traced the weathered parchment she'd found behind a loose stone, its edges crumbling, but its map lines still clear as starlight. As Master Archer of Dale's Guard, Mira had spent countless hours in this hall, but never had she imagined finding something like this. The map showed a path through the misty mountains to a hidden valley, and there, marked with runes in 3 different scripts: Elvish, Dwarvish, and the tongues of men, lay the location of the crown of 3 kingdoms. "So, you found it." The voice belonged to Thorin Stonehelm, though he looked nothing like the dwarf prince he was. Dressed in simple smith's garments, soot still clinging to his beard, he had been working in Dale's forges for months under the name Durin Ironhand. I wondered who would discover the map first. Before Mira could respond, shadows filled the hall. Dark figures materialized from the gloom, led by a tall figure in midnight blue robes. "The map, if you please," the figure said, voice like silk over steel. "The Midnight Council has waited long enough for this moment." Mira's bow was in her hand before she could think, but Thorin's voice rang out, "Run." The map must not fall into their hands. His smith's hammer struck the floor with a resonating boom, and suddenly, the throne room's ancient mechanisms whirred to life. Walls shifted, creating an escape route as Thorin held off the attackers. Their flight from Dale became legend. Mira and Thorin, joined by an exiled elf named Celeborn, no relation to the Lord of Lothlorien, who bore a curse that prevented him from finding rest until he completed a great deed of healing between the races. The trio was completed by an unlikely addition, Bilwaz Goodleaf, a hobbit sage who had been studying in Dale's libraries and whose knowledge of ancient lore proved invaluable. The Midnight Council pursued them relentlessly. These rogue wizards, it was revealed, had broken away from their orders during the Third Age, believing that the Free Peoples needed to be ruled rather than guided. They had waited centuries for this moment, knowing the crown of 3 kingdoms could give them the power to bend elves, dwarves, and men to their will. Through ancient forests where the trees still remembered the first songs of the elves, across deep valleys where dwarven ruins lay hidden from all but the most knowing eyes, the companions fled and searched. The map led them through forgotten paths and secret ways, each step revealing more about the crown's true nature. It had been forged, Bilwaz discovered from his studies, in the early days of Middle-earth, when the 3 kindreds first began to drift apart. 3 great leaders, the elf Lord Gilrith, the dwarf king Durin III, and the first king of Enmenor, had created it together as a symbol of unity. But its power was too great, its temptation too strong, and so they had hidden it away until a time when the 3 peoples could truly work as one again. Their journey revealed the changing face of Middle-earth. In hidden valleys, they found communities where the old boundaries between races had begun to blur. Elven healers working alongside human craftsmen, dwarf merchants trading their wares in the ruins of ancient human cities, and even the occasional hobbit venturing far from the Shire's borders. But the Midnight Council was never far behind. Led by Moravir, once a great sage of Gondor before his fall into darkness, they commanded forces that seemed to grow stronger as the companions drew closer to their goal. Shadow wolves with eyes of flame pursued them through the nights, while dark birds brought word of their movements to their enemies. The truth of Thorin's identity was fully revealed when they sought shelter in a hidden dwarf hold. He was not just any prince, but the heir to Erebor itself, working in secret to forge new bonds between the kingdoms of dwarves and men. His time as a simple smith in Dale had been part of this mission, learning firsthand the needs and ways of his human neighbors. Celeborn's curse was linked to the crown as well. Ages ago, his ancestors had been among those who had argued most strongly for the separation of the peoples, believing that elven purity must be maintained. His curse was a consequence of those ancient choices, and only by helping to heal the divisions between the races could he find peace. The final key to finding the crown came from an unexpected source. Bilwaz, poring over the map one night, realized that its markings aligned with an old hobbit walking song, one that spoke of paths between the worlds of different peoples. Even then, he mused, when the great powers were deciding the fate of Middle-earth, they hid their greatest secrets in hobbit lore. Knowing our people would preserve it without fully understanding its significance, the crown lay in a sanctuary that existed somehow between the realms, not fully in the world of men, or elves, or dwarves, but touching all of them. To reach it, each member of their company had to demonstrate the virtues of all 3 races: elvish wisdom, dwarvish craft, and human adaptability. Their final battle with the Midnight Council took place in this between place. As Moravir and his followers breached the sanctuary's defenses, each companion faced trials that tested not just their strength, but their understanding of what true unity meant. Mira, with her human heart open to change and possibility, was the first to grasp the crown's true purpose. It was never meant to rule or dominate. Instead, it was a tool of understanding, allowing its wielder to see through the eyes of all the free peoples, to truly comprehend their hopes, fears, and dreams. When she placed the crown upon her head, Its power flowed not outward in domination, but inward in revelation. Through it, all present, even the members of the Midnight Council, experienced the shared dreams and intertwined destinies of Middle-earth's peoples. They felt the echo of the music of the Aenir that bound all races together in Ilvatar's great song. The Midnight Council's power broke in that moment of shared understanding. Their magic, built on division and dominance, could not withstand the reality of the Free People's fundamental connection. In the aftermath, the crown was not hidden away again, but rather kept in the restored city of Dale as a symbol of cooperation between the races. Under its influence, the city became a center of collaboration between all the Free Peoples. Streets that had once housed only men now saw elvish craftsmen working alongside dwarf artisans, while Hobbit scholars contributed their own unique wisdom to the great libraries that grew there. And Mira, no longer just master archer, but now the crown's chief guardian, would sometimes stand upon the highest tower of Dale, watching the sun rise over a city where ancient divisions were finally beginning to heal. Beside her would often stand her unlikely family, a dwarf prince who had learned to look beyond his mountain halls, an elf who had found peace in breaking down the barriers of the past, and a hobbit sage whose simple wisdom had helped them all see the truth that had always been there, that the greatest strength of Middle-earth lay not in the power of any one people, but in the bonds between them all. Story 5. Deep in the Shadow Forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets to those brave enough to listen, Torben Lightfoot discovered a stone that would change the fate of Middle-earth forever. It wasn't much larger than a robin's egg, yet its surface shimmered with an inner light that seemed to dance like starlight on water. Elvish runes, delicate as morning frost, spiraled across its surface, telling a tale that had been forgotten by all but the oldest of the old. The young hobbit had wandered farther from his village than usual, drawn by stories of strange lights seen in the forest's depths. Unlike his more cautious kin who lived near the forest's edge, Torben had always felt called by the mysteries that lay beneath the ancient boughs. But even he couldn't have imagined finding an elvish stone of memory, one of the legendary seeing stones that held the memories of ages past. As his fingers closed around the stone, visions flooded his mind. A dragon, magnificent and terrible, but not with scales of gold like Smaug. This dragon's scales shimmered with the deep blue of twilight, and its eyes held not greed, but ancient wisdom. The stone showed him this dragon, not as a destroyer, but as a guardian, protecting the lonely mountain from threats far older and more terrible than any that had been recorded in the histories of men or elves. "So, you have found it at last," came a melodic voice from the shadows. An elf stepped into the clearing, her silver hair catching the filtered sunlight. She wore armor that seemed to shift between shadow and starlight, and her eyes held the weight of centuries. "I am Cylindril, last of the Dragon Wardens, and I have waited long for someone to find the Stone of Remembrance." The tale she told him beneath the ancient trees would have seemed impossible had the stone not already shown him glimpses of its truth. The dragon he had seen was Marinther, the Twilight Guardian, who had been placed in an enchanted sleep beneath the lonely mountain by the combined magic of elves and the Istari. This had happened not as punishment, but as protection both for the dragon and for all the free peoples of Middle-earth. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of 3 dwarves, their axes gleaming with a strange blue light. But rather than attack, their leader, Thorin Stormforge, recognized the runes on the stone. "The mark of the Guardian," he breathed. "My clan has kept its memory alive through the generations, though few believed the old tales. The dwarves, it turned out, were not mere warriors, but members of an ancient order of runesmiths who had worked alongside the Dragon Wardens in ages past. They had been drawn to the forest by the same disturbances that had called to Torben the stirring of shadow creatures that hadn't been seen since the First Age. Their group was completed by the arrival of a ranger, who seemed to materialize from the very shadows of the forest. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, though he introduced himself simply as Strider, brought grave news. The shadow creatures weren't just random occurrences, they were being called forth by a power that had begun to awaken in the depths of the lonely mountain. The truth, when finally revealed, was more terrible than any of them had imagined. Long before Smaug had claimed the lonely mountain, before even the dwarves had delved its depths, something ancient and malevolent had slumbered in its roots. Merinthur had been placed there not to sleep, but to guard, to ensure that this older evil never awakened. But Smaug's long occupation of the mountain had weakened the ancient wards, and now the evil was stirring. Already, its influence could be felt in the shadows that moved against the light, in the whispers that drove peaceful creatures to violence, in the creeping darkness that seemed to dim the very stars. Their journey to the lonely mountain was fraught with challenges. Shadow creatures stalked their path, taking forms from their deepest fears. The very land seemed to resist them, as if the ancient evil's influence had seeped into the earth itself. But each member of their company brought unique strengths to their quest. Torben's Hobbit sense often warned them of danger before it struck, while his connection to the Seeing Stone helped guide their path. Salendril's ancient knowledge and skill with bow and blade proved invaluable against the shadow creatures. The dwarven runesmith's expertise helped them navigate the mountain's transformed passages, and Strider's rangerly abilities kept them alive in the increasingly hostile wilderness. As they delved deeper into the mountain, they discovered that Smaug's presence had done more than just weaken the wards. The great worm's decades of slumber had created a network of magic-infused tunnels that bypassed many of the mountain's natural defenses. Now, these same tunnels were serving as conduits for the ancient evil's influence to spread throughout the mountain. The final battle took place in a vast chamber deep beneath the mountain's roots. There they found Merinthur, still locked in enchanted sleep, while around him writhed shadows that were beginning to take solid form. The evil was trying to corrupt the sleeping guardian, to turn its power to darkness. But the Seeing Stone held more than just memories. When Torben finally understood its true purpose, he realized that it was a key not to awaken Merinthur, but to remind the great dragon of its true nature and purpose. While the others fought to hold back the shadows, Torben approached the sleeping dragon, holding the stone high. The chamber filled with light as centuries of memories poured forth from the stone. The dragon's eyes opened, not with the red fire of corruption, but with the deep blue of twilight. Merinthur rose, its scales shedding darkness like water, and its roar shook the very foundations of the mountain. The battle that followed was like nothing recorded in any history. Merinthur's power, combined with elvish magic, dwarven runes, and the pure heart of a hobbit, drove back the ancient evil. The shadows were burned away by dragon fire that glowed with the light of stars, while the Seeing Stone's power helped seal the evil away once more, this time with wards that would not weaken. In the aftermath, Merinthur did not return to its sleep. Instead, it remained as a conscious guardian, working alongside the dwarves who had reclaimed their ancient home. The great dragon became a symbol of cooperation between the free peoples, proof that ancient enemies could become the strongest of allies when united against a greater darkness. Torben returned to his village a changed hobbit, though he never spoke of his adventures to those who wouldn't understand. But on clear nights, villagers would sometimes see a dragon wheeling against the stars, its scales gleaming like twilight, keeping watch over all the free peoples of Middle-earth. And if they noticed that their young wanderer would smile secretly at such times, well, hobbits had learned long ago that sometimes the wisest course was simply to wonder and to let some mysteries remain unspoken. Story 6. In the deepest reaches of Middle-earth, where ancient magic still clung to the stones like morning dew, lay the Lost Valley, a place where the boundaries between the mortal world and the realm of enchantment grew thin as gossamer. Here, nestled between moss-covered cliffs that seemed to touch the very clouds, stood the last elvish portal, its archway carved with runes that glowed with an inner light that had burned undiminished for thousands of years. Thorin Lightfoot hadn't chosen to be its guardian. The duty had chosen him, passed down through generations of his unusual hobbit lineage. Unlike other hobbits who concerned themselves with gardens and second breakfasts, Thorin's family had always been different, touched by an ancient elvish magic that set them apart from their kin. On this particular morning, as mist curled around the base of the portal like a sleepy cat, Thorin noticed something troubling. The runes, which had blazed bright as stars for as long as anyone could remember, were beginning to fade. It started with a single character, the elvish symbol for journey, its light flickering like a candle in the wind. As he studied the weakening runes, a shadow fell across the portal. Thorin turned to find himself face to face with Viriax, a dragon unlike any other. Instead of scales of gold or crimson, Viriax's hide shimmered with deep blue and silver, and his eyes held not the usual fire of his kind, but a profound sadness. "You see it too, little guardian," the dragon spoke, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "The magic wanes, just as it did before the fall of the other portals." Thorin nodded grimly. He knew the history, how Viriax had once led the campaign to destroy all elvish portals, believing them to be doorways through which darker powers might enter the world. But something had changed the dragon's heart at the last portal, though he never spoke of what he had seen there. "Can it be stopped?" Thorin asked, his hand unconsciously touching the crystal key that hung around his neck, an heirloom of his position, though none of his predecessors had ever discovered its true purpose. Before Viriax could answer, the air itself seemed to thicken, and shadows began to seep from the spaces between the portal stones. These were not natural shadows, but something older and more malevolent, remnants of an age when darkness had nearly claimed all of Middle-earth. "They're returning," Viriax growled, his wings unfurling. "The shadow threads. They're what destroyed the other portals, feeding on their magic until nothing remained." Thorin watched in horror as the shadows began to take form, twisted shapes that seemed to be woven from darkness itself. But as they approached, something unexpected happened. The crystal key at his throat began to pulse with a soft light, and Thorin felt a surge of power he had never known he possessed. "You're not just a guardian," Viriax said in wonder. "You're a spellweaver, the last of the Hobbit sorcerers." The revelation struck Thorin like a thunderbolt. Suddenly, memories of his grandfather's cryptic lessons made sense. The strange words he had been taught to memorize, the hours spent practicing hand movements that had seemed like mere games at the time. They hadn't been preparing him to guard the portal. They had been preparing him to save it. Working together, Thorin and Viriax fought back the shadow threads. The dragon's breath, instead of fire, produced a brilliant light that forced the shadows to retreat, while Thorin discovered he could weave spells of protection and binding, his magic complementing the portal's ancient enchantments. But the shadows were countless, and with each passing moment, more runes faded on the portal's arch. As exhaustion began to set in, Thorin noticed something peculiar. The shadows weren't actually destroying the portal's magic. They were absorbing it, growing stronger and more substantial with each rune they consumed. "Viriax," Thorin called out between spells, "these aren't destroyers, they're collectors. They're gathering the magic, preserving it." The dragon's eyes widened with understanding. "Of course." The portals were never meant to last forever. They're meant to evolve, to change with the world itself. In that moment of realization, Thorin understood what he had to do. Raising the crystal key, he began to sing in ancient Elvish words his grandfather had taught him, but whose meaning he had never known until now. The key's light grew brighter, and the shadows responded, drawn to its power. But instead of fighting them, Thorin opened himself to their presence, using his spell-weaving abilities to guide rather than oppose. The shadows swirled around him, no longer menacing but transformative. Through their darkness, he could see glimpses of other worlds, other possibilities, the very things the portals had been created to connect. Viriax added his own magic to the mix, his light intertwining with the shadows in a dance of dusk and dawn. The portal's runes flared one final time before dissolving completely, but instead of crumbling, the archway transformed. The stone became living crystal, shadows and light trapped within like stars in the night sky. What emerged was something entirely new, not just a doorway between realms, but a living bridge between all possibilities. The crystal key, its purpose finally fulfilled, merged with the new portal, becoming part of its ever-changing pattern. The old magic isn't dying, Thorin said in wonder, watching the play of light and shadow within the crystal arch. It's being reborn. The portals weren't failing, they were preparing for this transformation all along. Viriax bowed his great head in agreement. And now I understand why I was drawn to preserve this last portal. Not to prevent change, but to ensure it happened properly, guided by one who could weave the old magic into new forms. From that day forward, the Lost Valley became known by a new name, the Valley of Twilight, where light and shadow danced in eternal harmony. Thorin remained its guardian, but now his role was different. Instead of preserving what was, he helped guide what could be, teaching others to see the magic that existed in the space between shadow and light. And if travelers ever pass through the Valley of Twilight, they might catch a glimpse of a small figure and a great dragon, working together to maintain the balance between worlds. They say that in the Crystal Arch, you can see every story that ever was or could be, each one a thread in the great tapestry of existence. Woven together by a hobbit who learned that sometimes the greatest magic lies not in holding on to the past, but in helping it transform into something new and wonderful. Story 7. The Silent Hills had always been filled with music. From the whisper of wind through the golden wheat to the merry tunes floating from hobbit holes at tea time, melody was woven into the very fabric of life itself. Which was why, when the music began to fade, Melody Baggins was the first to notice. It started with the morning bird song falling quiet, then the evening cricket chorus dimming to nothing. Soon, even the cheerful whistling of gardening hobbits and the lively songs from the Green Dragon Inn grew still. But worst of all was the silence that crept into people's hearts, turning their eyes dull and their movements slow, until one by one, they began to crystallize, their flesh transforming into translucent crystal that captured the last expression on their faces. Melody, whose voice could make flowers bloom and stars shine brighter, stood in her garden watching as her neighbor, old Tom Brownfoot, slowly turned to crystal while reaching for his prized tomatoes. In his crystalline face, she could see the echo of a song trying to escape. That evening, as she pored over ancient books in her family library, a mysterious map fluttered down from between the pages of her grandfather's journal. The parchment seemed to hum with its own inner melody, and upon it were marked 4 locations, each accompanied by musical notation: the caverns of Earth's deep echo, the Fire Peak's burning chorus, the Seafoam Symphony, and the Windspire's aerial aria. The elemental songs. Came a gravelly voice from her window. There stood Drummelly Stonefist, a deaf dwarf who had learned to feel music through the vibrations in the earth. His beard was braided with tiny silver bells that never rang. They say your grandfather discovered their locations before he disappeared, but why would he hide this map? Melody wondered aloud, her voice carrying an unexpected harmonic that made the crystal figures in the village resonate softly. Because some songs are too powerful to be found by the wrong ears, came another voice, this one as soft as falling leaves. An elf emerged from the shadows, his throat bearing a curious scar. I am Erlin the Voiceless, and I traded my voice to a witch to protect the location of the elemental songs. A flutter of wings announced the arrival of Versewise, a raven whose every utterance came in perfect rhyme. When crystal spreads and music fades, the ancient songs must aid. But curse and blessing intertwined. In silence magic laid, this unlikely quartet set out at dawn, a hobbit with a voice of pure magic, a deaf dwarf who felt the earth's rhythm, a voiceless elf with ancient knowledge, and a rhyming raven to guide their way. Their first destination was the caverns of Earth's deep echo, where the very rocks held the memory of the world's first song. In those deep places, Drumlee's ability to feel vibrations proved invaluable. He led them through tunnels that hummed with forgotten frequencies until they reached a vast chamber where crystals of every color grew in perfect harmonic patterns. Here, they discovered the Earth song wasn't meant to be heard, but felt a rhythm as old as the mountains themselves. The Fire Peak's burning chorus nearly ended their quest, for its melody could only be heard in the heart of a volcano. It was Erlind who recognized that the song wasn't in the flames, but in the spaces between them, where air and fire danced together. His sacrificed voice had given him the ability to see music as patterns of light and shadow. The sea foam symphony proved trickier still. At the edge of the Great Sea, they discovered that water crystallized at their approach, until Versewise provided the key through riddle rhyme. In drops divided, song subsides, but in the whole, the music rides. Only by understanding that each wave was part of the entire ocean could they hear the symphony hidden in its depths. The Windspire's aerial aria seemed impossible to capture, for how could one catch the wind itself? But Melody remembered how her grandfather used to say that music wasn't about capturing anything, it was about becoming part of the song. High atop the ancient tower, she opened herself to the wind's story, letting it flow through her like she was simply another instrument in its eternal orchestra. As they collected each elemental song, Melody began to understand why her grandfather had hidden the map. These weren't just melodies, they were the fundamental harmonies that held the world together. The crystallization wasn't a curse, but a protection, preserving people until the songs could be restored. But when they returned to the Silent Hills, they found the crystallization had spread further. Even the grass had turned to delicate spears of glass, and the very air seemed frozen in musical anticipation. Standing in the center of the village green, Melody realized that simply singing the 4 songs wasn't enough. They needed to be woven together in perfect harmony. Drumlee provided the foundation, tapping out the Earth song's rhythm on crystal flowers that rang like bells. Erlin conducted the air currents to carry the Windspire's aria, while Versewise's rhymes captured the patterns of the Seafoam Symphony. And Melody, drawing upon everything she had learned, began to sing. Her voice carried all 4 songs at once, each note perfectly balanced between elements. As she sang, the crystal began to resonate, each frozen form joining the harmony in its own way. The music built and built, layer upon layer, until the very air shimmered with melodic energy. Then, like ice melting in spring sunshine, the crystal began to dissolve. Color returned to faces, movement to limbs, and voices to throats. But the song didn't stop. Instead, it transformed. Every blade of grass, every drop of water, every breath of wind carried its part of the eternal melody. The curse had never been the crystal at all, Melody realized. The real curse had been forgetting that everything in the world was connected through song. The crystal had been a reminder, preserving them until they could remember how to hear the music that had always been there. The silent hills were silent no more. Music returned, richer and more beautiful than ever before, for now every hobbit could hear not just the songs they made, but the songs of the world itself. Melody's grandfather's map had led not just to 4 ancient songs, but to the rediscovery of the greatest song of all, the endless, ever-changing symphony of life itself. And if you visit the hills today, they say you can still hear echoes of that harmony. In the way the wind whispers through crystal wind chimes that drumly crafts from memory of those days. In the silent dances Erilyn performs at twilight. In Versewise's endless rhymes, passed down through generations of ravens. And most of all, in the songs of hobbit children, who now learn not just to make music, but to hear the songs that every living thing sings in its own way. For as Melody often says, while teaching young hobbits to listen to the earth's melody, music isn't something we create, it's something we join. A grand symphony that's been playing since the beginning of time, and will continue long after our part in it is done. Story 8. In a secluded hobbit village nestled within the folds of Misty Vale, where perpetual fog draped like silk curtains between ancient oak trees, existed a secret society known as the Destiny Weavers. These remarkable hobbits possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to see and manipulate the threads of fate itself. Their looms were not of ordinary wood and metal, but crafted from moonlight and stardust, and their threads were spun from the very essence of time. Pippin Wiseweft, the youngest apprentice ever chosen to join their ranks, sat before his loom with trembling hands. Unlike the other weavers who saw the threads of fate as clear as morning sunlight, Pippin's vision was clouded, the threads appearing to him like shadows in twilight. Yet his heart held an understanding of destiny's patterns that even the eldest masters couldn't comprehend. On the eve of his initiation, Pippin received news that his beloved brother, Merry, had fallen gravely ill. The threads of Merry's fate showed his life ending before the next dawn. In that moment of desperation, Pippin did something no weaver had dared attempt in 1,000 years. He reached into the tapestry of reality and pulled hard, creating a new pattern that would save his brother's life. The thread snapped with a sound like thunder, and reality itself shuddered. As Merry drew a sudden, healthy breath in his sickbed, the walls between different versions of their world began to crack. Through these fissures seeped alternate realities, each carrying its own version of familiar faces and places. "What have you done, young Wiseweft?" The voice belonged to Uldaweave, the ancient elven mistress of the loom, who had been exiled from her realm centuries ago for seeing too deeply into fate's design. Her silver hair floated around her as if suspended in water, each strand containing glimpses of possible futures. Before Pippin could respond, the village around them began to shift. Multiple versions of the same buildings overlapped like double-exposed photographs. In the town square, 3 different versions of the same hobbit walked past each other, one a baker, one a warrior, and one bearing the dark mark of a servant of shadow. From each reality stepped shadows and light, heroes and villains, all existing simultaneously in the same space. Pippin watched in horror as a version of himself from another reality, one where he had chosen darkness over light, led an army of shadow wraiths toward the Weaver's sacred hall. But help arrived from unexpected quarters. Through one of the reality rifts stepped Marigold Threadwise, a version of Pippin's childhood friend, who had become a master weaver in her reality. With her came Tom Brightweave, who in his world had discovered how to weave light itself into weapons against darkness. And from the darkest reality came Frostweave the Redeemed, a former servant of shadow who now sought to right his wrongs. Elderweave gathered these disparate allies in the Chamber of Convergence, where the greatest of the Destiny looms stood waiting. "The tapestry of reality is unraveling," she explained, her voice echoing across multiple dimensions. "Each pull of its threads brings more worlds crashing into ours. But perhaps this convergence is not entirely unwelcome. Through the chaos, Pippin began to understand. His mistake had torn the veil between realities. Yes, but it had also revealed the truth. The weavers had forgotten that destiny was not a single thread, but a vast interconnected web of possibilities. The dark army approached, led by Shadow Pippin, whose eyes gleamed with malevolent purpose. But as they fought through the streets of the overlapping realities, each version of Pippin began to feel the connection between them. They were not truly enemies, but different aspects of the same soul, each shaped by the choices they had made. In the Chamber of Convergence, Pippin and his allies from different realities gathered around the Great Loom. As Shadow Pippin's army breached the outer defenses, Elderweave revealed an ancient truth. The strength of the Weavers lies not in controlling fate, but in understanding its infinite possibilities working together. Each version of Pippin contributed their unique perspective to create a new kind of weaving. Shadow Pippin's darkness provided depth, Marigold's wisdom added structure, Tom's light gave hope, and Frostweave's redemption offered understanding. At the center of it all, are Pippin's compassion, the very quality that had driven him to save his brother, bound everything together. The resulting tapestry was unlike anything the Weavers had ever created. Instead of a single, fixed reality, it showed all possibilities existing in harmony, each thread strengthening the others. The army of shadows, confronted with this vision of unity, began to transform. Shadow Pippin, seeing the beauty of this new pattern, lowered his weapons and stepped forward to add his own thread to the weaving. As the new tapestry took shape, the various realities didn't merge or destroy each other as feared. Instead, they began to dance, like partners in an elaborate costume ball, each reality maintaining its own identity while moving in harmony with the others. The boundaries between them became soft and permeable, allowing wisdom and understanding to flow freely between worlds. Mary, now healthy and strong, stood in the doorway of the chamber, watching as his brother helped forge this new arrangement of reality. In saving one life, Pippin had opened the door to saving countless others, not through the crude manipulation of fate, but through the understanding that every thread, light and dark, hero and villain, had its place in the greater pattern. The Destiny Weavers transformed that day, becoming not merely guardians of a single timeline, but shepherds of possibility itself. Their new purpose was not to control fate, but to help guide it toward harmony between all its infinite variations. Pippin remained at his loom, no longer the uncertain apprentice, but a master of a new kind of weaving. His perceived weakness, seeing threads as shadows rather than clear lines, had become his greatest strength, allowing him to understand the subtle interplay between light and dark, between what was and what could be. And in the years that followed, visitors to Misty Vale often reported strange and wonderful sights, moments where different versions of reality seemed to shimmer together like oil on water, creating patterns of impossible beauty. And if they listened carefully, they might hear the singing of the looms as the weavers worked, crafting not a single destiny, but an endless tapestry of interconnected possibilities, each thread adding its own unique glory to the greater whole. For in the end, Pippin had discovered that destiny was not a cage to be escaped or a path to be forced, but a dance of infinite possibilities, each step leading to new wonders, each choice opening doors to new realities, each thread contributing to a pattern more beautiful than any single fate could ever be. Story 9, deep within the ancient forest, where shadows danced between centuries-old trees and the very air hummed with forgotten spells, stood a library unlike any other. Its twisted towers of living wood spiraled skyward, their branches intertwining to create halls and chambers filled with countless books. But these were no ordinary books. They were the repositories of dreams, each page carefully preserving the hopes, aspirations, and fantasies of every living creature in Middle-earth. Rose Bookkeeper came from a long line of Hobbit librarians who had guarded this sacred place, each trained in the delicate art of dream-keeping. Unlike her predecessors, who moved through the library with sure steps and confident smiles, Rose often found herself lost among the endless shelves, tripping over her own feet as she carried stacks of dream volumes nearly twice her size. On the morning she discovered the first missing page, the library's eternal candlelight flickered ominously. The page had vanished from a young elf's dream book, leaving behind only a whisper of what was once a vibrant aspiration to become the greatest archer in the woodland realm. Rose's heart pounded as she quickly checked other volumes, finding more gaps where dreams should have been. Most troubling indeed, came a crisp voice from behind her. Sir Checkmate, a chess knight who had stepped out of a child's dream of becoming a grandmaster, stood at attention, his marble armor gleaming in the candlelight. The dreams are not simply missing, they've been devoured. A rustle of pages announced the arrival of Versifax, a fox crafted entirely from poetry and riddles. His fur rippled with written verses as he moved, each hair a line of carefully crafted rhyme. When dreams disappear without a trace, darkness fills the empty space. He intoned solemnly, his tail writing the words in the air like smoke. The most dramatic entrance came from Lexicon, a dragon composed entirely of words. His scales were thousands of tiny letters that rearranged themselves constantly, forming and reforming different stories as he moved. "We are not alone in this library anymore," he rumbled, his voice a symphony of whispered tales. Together, this unlikely group began their investigation, moving through the library's countless floors and chambers. They found more missing pages with each passing hour, a dwarf's dream of crafting the perfect gem, a human child's wish to fly among the clouds, even a dragon's secret desire to become a singer. Their search led them to the deepest level of the library, where the oldest dreams were kept. Here, Rose discovered ancient texts speaking of the dream devourer, a being as old as imagination itself, who fed on the essence of dreams to maintain its immortality. According to the texts, it had been imprisoned ages ago by the first dream keepers, but now something had weakened its bonds. "The world is changing," Lexicon observed, his words shifting to form patterns of worry across his scales. "Fewer believe in magic, in dreams, in possibilities beyond what they can touch." The bonds were maintained by belief itself, as if summoned by these words. Shadows began seeping from between the shelves, coalescing into a form that seemed to absorb the library's eternal light. The dream devourer emerged, a creature of shifting darkness that wore the faces of abandoned hopes and forgotten dreams like masks. "Little Keeper," it spoke with 1,000 voices, "you cannot stop the inevitable. Dreams are dying in this new age of reason and machines. I merely hasten their end, giving them purpose by feeding my existence." But Rose, standing among her unlikely companions, felt something stir within her heart. She remembered every dream she had ever read, every hope she had carefully preserved in these books. "Dreams aren't dying," she declared, her voice growing stronger with each word. "They're changing, evolving, becoming something new and wonderful." To prove her point, she began to read aloud from the dreams that remained not just ancient aspirations of glory and magic, but modern dreams too. Dreams of innovation, of discovery, of finding magic in science and wonder in reason. As she read, the words took physical form, swirling around her like a storm of luminescent butterflies. Sir Checkmate charged forward, his strategic mind calculating the perfect attack patterns. Versifax darted between shadows, his riddles confusing and distracting the devourer. Lexicon soared overhead, raining down words of power that had shaped the greatest stories ever told. The dream devourer fought back, trying to consume their very essence, but found itself unable to devour these dreams, made manifest through belief and determination. Rose continued reading, her voice never faltering, as she wove together ancient dreams with new ones, creating a tapestry of hope that spanned ages. In a final desperate attempt, the devourer lunged for the book in Rose's hands, but at that moment, something extraordinary happened. The dreams Rose had been reading converged, forming a brilliant light that pierced through the creature's shadowy form. Within its darkness, they all saw the truth. The dream devourer was itself a dream, born from the first beings who ever feared their hopes might fade away. Understanding bloomed in Rose's heart. She approached the wounded creature, holding out her hand. "Join us," she offered. "Be a guardian of dreams, not their destroyer. Help us preserve them, all of them, even the ones that speak of a world without magic, for in doing so, they create magic anew." The darkness hesitated, then slowly, like ink spreading through water, transformed. The dream devourer became a new kind of guardian, one who could help dreams evolve as the world changed around them. The stolen dreams returned, finding their way back to their books, but now they were accompanied by new dreams, creating harmonies between old magic and new wonders. Rose Bookkeeper remained in the Library of Lost Dreams, no longer the clumsy keeper she once thought herself to be. Under her guidance, the library became a place where ancient dreams danced with modern ones, where magic and reason twirled together in an endless waltz of possibility. Sir Checkmate, Versifax, and Lexicon stayed as her constant companions, each helping to guard and nurture the dreams in their own unique ways. And if you listen carefully in the ancient forest, beyond the rustle of leaves and the whisper of wind, you might hear the sound of pages turning, of dreams being born, of hopes taking flight. For in the Library of Lost Dreams, every story finds its place, every hope its home, and every dream, no matter how small or strange, its chance to shape the world anew. For Rose had learned the greatest secret of all. Dreams, like the best stories, never truly end. They simply turn the page, ready for the next chapter to begin. Story 10. In the far reaches of the Shire, where the morning mist clung to ancient stones and whispered secrets of forgotten ages, there existed a garden unlike any other. Hidden behind walls of living ivy and protected by enchantments as old as the hills themselves, the garden of ancient souls bloomed eternal, each flower a vessel for the spirit of a hero long past. For generations, the Greenleaf family had tended this sacred place, their magic flowing through pruning shears and watering cans, keeping alive the wisdom and memories of ages past. But young Sam Greenleaf was different. While other hobbits of his line could make roses dance and daisies sing with a mere touch, Sam's presence seemed to make even the hardiest plants wilt. The other gardeners whispered behind his back, calling him Withertooth instead of Greenleaf, a name that stung more than any thorny branch. On the morning of his 20th birthday, as tradition dictated, Sam became the youngest guardian of the garden. His grandmother, Old May Greenleaf, placed in his hands the enchanted pruning shears of the first gardener, their silver blades gleaming with ancient magic. "Remember, dear boy," she said, her voice as soft as autumn leaves, "every flower here holds a hero's soul, and every petal contains a story waiting to be heard." Sam nodded solemnly, trying to ignore the trembling in his hands. But as he took his first steps alone among the sacred blooms, a shadow fell across the garden. The magnificent golden rose that held the soul of Bolrartok, the greatest hobbit warrior of all time, began to wither before his eyes. Then another flower darkened, and another, like a wave of darkness sweeping through the garden. Panic gripped Sam's heart as he watched the legendary blooms begin to fade. He rushed to the ancient sundial at the garden's center, where Grimble the Grumpy, the garden's resident gnome advisor, sat perpetually scowling at passing butterflies. "The garden is dying," Sam cried out, his voice cracking with fear. Grimble opened one eye, his weathered face creasing with concern. "Not dying, young Greenleaf," he grumbled, climbing down from his perch. "Something far worse. The flowers are being forgotten." The gnome explained that the garden's magic was tied to belief itself. As the world beyond grew more practical and less magical, as people forgot the old stories and dismissed ancient heroes as mere fairy tales, the flowers that held their souls began to fade. "But there is hope," Grimble continued, pulling an ancient map from his pocket. "The 4 elemental seeds of renewal can restore the garden. Earth, fire, water, and air, each hidden in the most treacherous corners of Middle-earth. But be warned, no one has seen them since the First Age." Sam looked at his reflection in the polished blade of his pruning shears. The same hands that had failed every gardening test, that had turned prize-winning petunias to dust, now held the fate of all heroic memory. "I'll find them," he declared, surprising himself with the strength in his voice. And so began Sam's journey, armed with only his pruning shears and a knapsack of provisions including, of course, several packets of his favorite tea. His first quest led him to the Misty Mountains, where the Earth Seed was said to rest in the heart of an ancient dwarven mine. There he met Thorin Stonefist, a dwarf geologist who had abandoned the old ways for modern mining techniques. Together, they descended into the darkness, where they encountered not only physical dangers, but the very spirit of the mountain itself, angry at being stripped of its mysteries. It was Sam's respect for the old stories, passed down through the garden's flowers, that finally convinced the mountain to reveal the Earth Seed and helped Thorin remember why his people had once sung to the stones instead of breaking them. The Fire Seed lay in the heart of the Dragon's Reach, where Sam faced the ancient dragon Emberscale. But instead of finding a fearsome beast, he discovered a tired creature who had grown weary of being cast as a villain in every tale. Sam shared tea with the dragon and listened to its own stories, learning that even the most feared creatures had souls worthy of remembering. Emberscale gifted him the Fire Seed, along with a single scale that glowed like a captured sunset. In the depths of the enchanted lake, the Water Seed tested not Sam's courage, but his compassion. The lake's guardian, a melancholic mermaid named Marina, had spent centuries collecting the tears of those who had lost their way. Sam showed her that memories, even sad ones, were worth preserving, for they too shaped the heroes of legend. His kindness earned him the Water Seed, which gleamed like a pearl filled with rolling waves. The Air Seed proved the most challenging, floating in the ever-shifting clouds above the weathertop. Here, Sam encountered the Wind Dancers, spirits who had grown tired of being ignored by the world below. With help from a young eagle named Swiftwing, who still believed in the old magics, Sam proved that the world still needed wonder. The Wind Dancers, moved by his dedication, allowed the Air Seed to drift down into his waiting hands. But returning to the garden, Sam found the flowers nearly transparent, barely clinging to existence. Even Bolrartok's mighty rose was nothing more than a ghostly outline. As he planted the 4 seeds in the cardinal points of the garden, Sam realized that seeds alone were not enough. The world needed to remember. Drawing upon everything he had learned, Sam began to tell stories. He spoke of Thorin Stonefist's redemption, of Emberscale's wisdom, of Marina's dedication, and of the wind dancer's grace. He talked through the night, his words carrying on the breeze to the nearby hobbit villages. One by one, curious hobbits emerged from their holes, drawn by tales that stirred something ancient in their hearts. As the sun rose, its first rays caught the dew on newly sprouted petals. The garden was transforming, not just returning to life, but becoming something more. New flowers bloomed alongside the old, carrying the souls and stories of Sam's own journey. The garden had expanded its purpose, becoming a sanctuary not just for ancient heroes, but for all souls who carried a spark of magic in their hearts. Grimble the Grumpy, who had followed Sam's journey through his magical connection to the garden, cracked his first smile in 3 centuries. Perhaps, he mused, watching Sam tend to a freshly bloomed midnight blue flower that held the soul of a reformed dragon. Being the worst gardener in history made you exactly what this garden needed. Someone who understood that growth sometimes requires letting go of what was, to allow space for what could be. Sam Greenleaf continued as the garden's keeper, but now he was known by a new name, Sam the Storyteller. Under his care, the Garden of Ancient Souls flourished as never before, its blooms a living testament to the enduring power of belief. And if you visit the Shire today, in that misty corner where magic still lingers, you might hear the flowers whisper their stories, tales of ancient heroes and modern wonders, of dragons who learned to love and hobbits who learned to believe. All carefully tended by a gardener who proved that sometimes the greatest magic lies not in never failing, but in rising after every fall.